Hi. Hey. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? Got a bit of a sore throat today, but it's Skycatlive, and it is 3:40 in the afternoon. I did about 4 hours of Fortnite and music before I came and started recording my video. So I'm kind of starting the video midway through the session. It's probably annoying to the people who are watching the stream, but I don't care. You know, this is what the business is. You know, and so I love you guys. Thank you for showing up. I will be recording my video now. I think I will probably play some Stalker 2, I think, and listen to a video. And we're currently listening to the Philip DeFranco, and we're like halfway through, so I'm sorry for the abrupt thing, but you know, this is a stream of consciousness stream, so sometimes I'm here, sometimes I'm not. I want to say Glorbis. Thank you to Glorbis for resubbing. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub, Glorbis. Whisper. Sub to 10. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for resub. Thank you for resub, buddy. There we go. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna drop it out the big face here. Go back live. Here we are. Okay, and we're gonna do some games. Gonna play some New World. Actually, I'm gonna play some New World. I thought I was gonna play some Stalker 2, but nah. The Contagious Upheaval perk. Yeah, I'm going to this character. Yeah, and Bellatrix is good. Isabella Eldorado. Wow. So Isabella's dying. That's interesting. So 700. The fire crystals went up. I didn't buy enough. That's okay. We're gonna buy 6 stacks of fire crystals. 700. 700. 700. 700. 700. Okay, I'm in. My audio's good. Sweet. Yeah, we're looking good. Okay, we in. I am doing New World. I am currently out here. I have a turn in. Let's go turn in. I have to go in there. Okay, then I teleport back. Recall to bin. And yeah, we doing good. So got fire crystals. Gotta go buy copper. Or did I? Oh no, I have copper ore, which is good. I will go back to the vendor. I need to pause my audible. I forgot about that. So, yeah, sweet. Go. armor hat. Wait, what? Michael. It's a kite shield. Oh, how quickly we descend into dailies. Travel to Spire Rock Fort to find swampy spots and pans. That, I guess I always do that quest, but I mean, it is a nice income of... Now, why does it sound like somebody's chopping wood? It's weird. Oh, because he is. He's like chopping wood. I don't know. I wonder how much... oh, I have 439 schmeckles, which is insane. I guess I can buy my... my Void Gauntlet now, probably. So I'm gonna go pull the rest of them out. My 710 Void Gauntlet. There it is. Yeah, so pull these schmeckles out. Yep, it's 1122 schmeckles, which is pretty good. $1,122, not bad, not bad. So I will run this video.
In 2021, nearly 26,000 guns were traced from American crime scenes back to government agencies, law enforcement, or the military. Now with that, I want to note that many of those may have been simply lost or stolen, not sold, legally or illegally. But I will also tell you that when the General Services Administration Inspector General looked at guns that reported missing over a 15-year period, they found that more than 2/3 were in fact sold or traded, including Uzis and grenade launchers that were never recovered. Something that it turns out became even easier in 2017 after Trump revoked an Obama-era executive order restricting the military from delivering equipment to law enforcement agencies. With that, including armored vehicles and grenade launchers. But in general, right, to get their hands on military-grade weapons, police need permission from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, or, the ATF. Thing is, though, it wasn't until last year that the agency began vetting every machine gun application to confirm the request came from legitimate law enforcement bodies. And with that, a half a dozen ATF officials told CBS they typically don't assess the appropriateness of the weapons for a department or track where they end up. But yeah, isn't that a fun thing to learn about today?
Oh, good.
I thought it might be. But then, now weeks after her disappearance, police say they now have an idea of where Hannah Kobayashi is, but Hannah's family isn't so sure. Right? And for those that are unfamiliar with the case, Hannah's this 30-year-old Hawaiian woman that's been missing since November 11th. And with that, we have a pretty clear idea of what the few days leading up to her disappearance looked like. Where we know that on November 8th, she was on a flight from Maui to New York City with a layover in LA. Her family saying that she had plans to stay with an aunt in upstate New York and to take pictures at a DJ show in Brooklyn. But then, Hannah didn't board her connecting flight, and the next day, she was spotted at a bookstore in LA, and she made a couple of Venmo transactions to unidentified people. Then, on the 10th, she shared a photo on Instagram of the LeBron 22 trial event at a Nike store. In fact, a YouTube video went up showing her at the event. Right, and then we get to the 11th, the last day that anyone heard anything from Hannah before she disappeared. They're reportedly texting her mom to tell her that she never made it to New York and sending a couple concerning messages to a friend, reportedly saying things like, "Deep hackers wiped my identity, stole all of my funds, and have had me on a mindfuck since Friday, and I got tricked pretty much into giving away all of my funds." And following that second one up with, "For someone I thought I loved." And with that, you had her sister Sydney saying that some of the last messages that Hannah sent seemed out of character for her, right? Using words she normally would. And this, a surveillance video caught her at a downtown LA metro station near Crypto.com arena with some unidentified guy, and then boom, she's gone. But then a few days later, on the 15th, the LAPD Missing Persons Unit making a poster about Hannah's disappearance, and the Maui PD saying they were assisting in the search as well. Right, and that's also when Hannah's family made a GoFundMe, with them promising to use the funds for feeding search teams and media campaign to maximize awareness and supporting their family among among other things. But then, after that, Hannah's aunt Laura giving an interview with CNN saying, our mind is now going to, abduction and I hate to say the word, but, traffic. We're doing the best that we can, but the family at this point is having to come to the reality that those things could be a possibility. Just a few days after her disappearance, Hannah's father, Ryan Kobayashi, traveled to LA to help look for her, telling CNN at the time, Hannah loved to travel. She loved photography, art, music. I wasn't too close with her growing up. We haven't had contact for a while. I'm just trying to make up. I'm trying to get her back. That's my main focus. With Ryan then spending 13 days searching before he was found dead, with the Los Angeles County medical examiner ruling his death is suicide. And the family then saying in a statement, the search for our beloved Hannah must continue with the same love and determination that Ryan would have wanted. We need your help. We need
her father
your strength.
committed suicide.
The search for our dear Hannah must continue with unwavering hope and determination. She is still out there, and we believe that together we can bring her home. What we ended up seeing was that Ryan's death really kicked this story into high gear. But the attention around Hannah's disappearance, it exploded. Countless headlines and internet sleuths looking to get to the bottom of this. Find Hannah. Reddit pages popping up.
Find Hannah.
Kobayashi with people
find
Hannah. Many theories out there that I'm not going to dive into. But I mean, even real private investigators.
Go internet sleuths. God bless you in your journey. I hope you find her.
Update with the LAPD classifying Hannah as a voluntary missing person. With them saying that they have video surveillance from U.S. Customs and Border Protection, which shows Hannah crossing the border.
You got your work cut out for you.
November 12th. They also went on
Tracer
to say
movement.
requested her luggage from her missed flight to New York to be sent back to LA.
Got a tracker on the cameras. Gotta check where she went.
Station where she bought a ticket to take her to the U.S.-Mexico border. And all of this is notably the person that she was seen with by the Crypto.com arena was reportedly found and cooperated with police, and they were able to verify
Crypto.com arena.
Before leaving Maui,
Crypto.com.
Technology. Lieutenant Douglas Oldfield of the LAPD saying, we just know that she did not have her phone after she left LAX. We know she doesn't have her phone on her. For what reason? We can't say for sure. But what we do know is that at this point, the LAPD says that Hannah left the country of her own volition, with the chief of the LAPD, Jim McDonnell, adding, to date, the investigation has not uncovered any evidence that Kobayashi is being trafficked or is the victim of foul play. She is also not a suspect in any criminal activity. She has a right to her privacy, and we respect her choices, but we also understand the concern her loved ones feel for her. And finally here saying that they wouldn't be pushing the investigation past the border, but will likely get a notification if Hannah comes back to the States. Right, and with that, they implored Hannah to reach out to her family or the U.S. Embassy so that people know that she's safe. Now, notably, with all this was not the ending that many were hoping for or expecting. In fact, what we actually ended up seeing were a number of people online getting angry with Hannah after this update, saying things like, I have zero empathy for Hannah Kobayashi. If you want to leave, let your family know. She selfishly left the country and pretended to be missing. Her father took his own life while the police spent so much time looking for her. This also as others turn their vitriol towards the family. For example, Hannah's sister Sydney saying on Facebook that she had to pull down the page that she made to help find Hannah because they were getting death threats. And all of this is there have also been calls for the GoFundMe donations to be returned. But then, in addition to all that, there are some that just aren't buying this latest update at all. They're saying that things don't add up and there has to be a missing piece to the puzzle. And some of those people include Hannah's family. Sydney is saying that their family wasn't shown the video that supposedly proves Hannah walked over the border. And their family attorney adding, they just reached this conclusion without showing them any footage. It takes a lot more digging and investigation to be able to say it's voluntary. And the skepticism here, it extends outside of the family with, for example, a private investigator and former FBI agent saying that the LAPD should release the video from the border. Saying, I think it's entirely possible that the LAPD misidentified a person in this video with all the other border crossings. As such, I'm calling on LAPD to release the video publicly. The family will know if it's Hannah. But with that, you also had Sydney adding that even if it is Hannah in the video, there are still more sinister possibilities to be explored. Saying the LAPD say that they have seen her alone, but that doesn't discount the fact that someone could be watching her from afar, knowing how big this case has gotten and maybe controlling her or telling her what to do. So now, despite the LAPD's findings, here you have Hannah's family promising to continue looking for her, with them even reportedly planning on sending searchers into Mexico. But then, breaking from the news for a second, I think most of you can relate when I say our dogs aren't just pets, they're family, and just like us, what they eat can have a huge impact on their health. And as they age, dogs can gain weight more easily and lose some of their youthful energy, which is one of the reasons I love today's sponsor, Sundays, right? They make a dog food that I can trust because it's made with 100% human-grade ingredients. And yeah, you could literally eat it yourself, which makes sense because Sundays was co-founded by a vet who saw the problem with traditional kibble, but didn't have the time to cook homemade meals for their dogs. And we've been feeding our dogs Sundays for a while now, and they still love it. And for you watching, right, it's never too late to make a healthy switch for your dog, especially when they make it so easy. Right, Sundays is super convenient, no refrigeration needed thanks to their unique air drying process, kind of like beef jerky. And the home delivery, it's a lifesaver for busy households like mine. So if you want to treat your dog to something healthier, head to sundaysfordogs.com/Phil and get 50% off your first order. That's half off premium human grade dog food delivered right to your door. Sundaysfordogs.com/Phil. Phil. Your pup will thank you. But then, I gotta give you all the updates on the absolutely crazy events that went down yesterday with South Korea in a segment that I will call One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Because quick recap, President Yoon there declared martial law with him accusing the opposition of plotting an insurgency and trying to overthrow the free democracy. So seemingly he was like, not if I do it first, with seeing the opposition and even members of the president's own party quickly urging him to lift the order and vowing to block it. And quickly, thousands of protesters filled the streets demanding that Yoon resign, and 190 of the 300-member National Assembly quickly gathered, with all of them voting to pass a resolution demanding that Yoon lift his order. And very notably there, they gathered despite the military blocking the entrance, with some, including the 60-year-old leader of the South Korean Democratic Party, climbing over a fence to get into the building. And then finally, not long after, we saw President Yoon bowing to the pressure and lifting his martial law decree. And just like that, the craziest 6 hours in Korean politics, at least in a long time, came to an end. Except, of course, now we are seeing all the fallout. Right today, we saw protests continuing, demanding that the president resign and even calling for his arrest. And in fact, with this, the country's defense minister has already tendered his resignation, saying he would take full responsibility. Senior aides to the president, including his chief of staff and national security advisor, also resigning. And then if Yoon doesn't go willingly, he might have to go unwillingly. Right in that, because we also saw today South Korea's opposition lawmakers beginning impeachment proceedings against him. And with that, saying that the president should be charged with crimes of rebellion. But notably, there at least 2/3 of the assembly needs to vote for impeachment. So what that means is that at least 8 members of the president's own party would need to vote against it. And at least, as of recording, it is not clear if that will happen, with his party vowing to oppose the move. But if enough people were to break ranks, Yoon would be suspended while the Constitutional Court is given 180 days to consider his case, with then at least 6 of its 9 members needing to vote to impeach him to be removed from office. Though a very important thing there is that the court currently has 3 vacancies, and it's not clear if the court would take up the case before those vacancies are filled. And then finally, if Yoon resigns or he gets impeached, the government will have to hold an election within 60 days to vote for a new president, who will then start a fresh 5-year term. But while we wait to see what happens, I'd love to know your thoughts here, especially if you live in or have friends or family in South Korea. And then we need to talk about why thousands of people in the country of Georgia have been taken to the streets every night for nearly a week now, because they are protesting a decision by the ruling Georgian Dream Party to suspend talks with the EU regarding eventual membership until 2028. Because notably, EU membership is one of the few goals that an overwhelming majority of Georgians agree on. This is something that's reportedly supported by around 80% of the people. So with all that, it's not shocking that these protests are just getting more and more intense. I mean, right, every night we're seeing riot police using water cannons and tear gas, and the protesters, they've been throwing fireworks at police officers and building barricades on the capital city's main boulevard. And as of shooting this video, nearly 300 protesters have been detained, with 26 people, including 3 police officers, ending up in hospitals as well. As far as the individual accounts, we're seeing things like one man telling the BBC how he was repeatedly kicked in the head even after he had been knocked unconscious, saying, "When I opened my eyes a 3rd time, I couldn't feel my legs or hands. I couldn't even move my head." And then, as far as updates today, one of the main opposition party is saying that one of its leaders has been detained now by police after being beaten unconscious. And the party sharing a video showing the man being carried by the arms and legs by several men down some steps. And a key thing with all this is just the tip of the iceberg, where the Georgian official tasked with defending the rights of citizens is now accusing police of inflicting torture on people after they've been arrested. I'm also saying in most cases they've received serious injuries in the face, eye, and head area, and adding the location, character, and degree of the injuries create a credible impression that the police use violent methods against citizens in order to punish them. Intentional severe violence for the purpose of punishment constitutes an act of torture. But also, with that, now that we are clear on where the situation currently is, we also need to talk about how we got here, right? Because if around 80% of people in a country support a thing, how is chaos happen? Well, you see, back in October, the Georgian Dream Party won 54% of the vote, keeping its majority in parliament. But the opposition accused the party of rigging the vote with Russia's help. And in fact, observer groups documented violations including ballot stuffing, voter intimidation, and bribery that they say could have swayed the election. With, for example, 2 Western firms commissioned by the opposition to carry out exit polls reporting that the outcome made no statistical sense. And all of this leading to the country's president, the leader of the opposition, refusing to recognize the result and now saying she will not leave office until a legitimate parliament convenes to choose another president. And then, along with all that, last week you had the European Parliament adopting a resolution condemning the elections in Georgia as, quote, neither free nor fair, and calling for a redo under international supervision, which then triggered the Georgian Dream Party's decision to suspend talks with the EU, and the Prime Minister saying, the ill-wishers of our country have turned the European Parliament into a blunt weapon of blackmail against Georgia. Though this notably as the Georgian Dream Party has and continues to claim that it ultimately aims to join the EU. But I mean, now more than ever, the opposition and other critics say that's just bullshit. They're saying the decision to suspend talks about joining, it's just the latest proof that the country is decisively moving toward Russia, with the earlier evidence said to be things like the passage of the Foreign Agent and anti-LGBTQ+ laws that the EU said went against its principles. Things that ultimately led to the EU halting the country's accession before any of this even happened. And regarding all this, we've seen examples like one Georgian political analyst saying about Georgia Dream, they got overconfident. They declared themselves victorious in an election, got used to ignoring Western opinions, decided they could ignore the protests, they thought they could do anything. But this notably as they are not showing any sign of backing down. What we're seeing is the party framing this as a power grab and accusing the opposition of planning an uprising similar to Ukraine's 2014 Maidan revolution, which actually started as a mass protest movement and then led to the ousting of the country's pro-Russian president and ultimately is a key chapter in explaining what's happening in Ukraine today. At that point, the Georgian Dream Party campaigned heavily on the idea that getting closer to the West would see the country dragged into the war in Ukraine. Although a key thing is that Russia invaded Georgia before it invaded Ukraine. Right? I mean, like, literally, as this is happening, it's still illegally occupying 20% of the country's territory. But for now, we wait and watch to see what will happen. Then finally, today, I have a congratulations for you, and let's talk about yesterday. Starting with a congratulations to Daniel R., the latest SeatGeek prize winner who just won $500 in our weekly SeatGeek giveaway towards his choice of SeatGeek tickets. With it looking like Daniel's going to be going to see Tyler, the Creator. And for the rest of y'all, that's right, SeatGeek and the Daily Dip are still giving away $1,000 in tickets, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. Just add code PDS to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize, no purchase necessary. And $1,000 prizes are available to Daily Dip subscribers who add code PDS newsletter, doubling entries and winning. So get in on it. It is a no-brainer. But then, like I said, let's talk about yesterday with some commentary. Starting with y'all's comments about South Korea. Y'all sharing things like, my sister is in South Korea for school. I texted her if she was good. She responded, yeah, we're good. Homie just throwing a hissy fit because he lost. Others sharing, living in Korea. I slept through this all and woke up like, what? I found out because my Canadian friend texted me to ask if I was all right. As well as people sharing, as someone living in South Korea, the most confusing part of all this to me was that we get emergency alerts automatically sent to our phones if it's a little bit wet or slippery outside, but absolutely nothing for literal emergency martial law. Like if you slept through it and don't check the news first thing in the morning, you'd still have no idea it had happened. I only found out about it when friends and family from back home started messaging me to check I was okay. And finally, we had people like Preston saying, as a Korean American, the moment I knew this coup had failed was when I saw the military trying to take over the National Assembly building. The special forces all had the same exact faces of fear and shame, the same one I had when my mother yelled at me as a kid. Also, I will say, looking at those comments yesterday, there were a fair share about that whole, oh man, those poor families only bringing home $800,000 a year who qualified for financial aid for New York private schools. So with that, I'll start with the people that pointed out the organization of yesterday's stories. Z saying, the story about the people with disabilities making 25 cents to $3.75 an hour, followed by a financial aid for families making $400,000 to $800,000 annually, is simply peak dystopia. We also had Ryan saying, well, if those people who make $800,000 a year would cut back on their avocado toast, daily Starbucks, and pull themselves up by the bootstraps, they could afford something that costs less than 10% of their annual income. Also, yesterday I shared when I went to public school that it felt like all my history teachers were also always the basketball coaches. But there, y'all were sharing things like, my husband is currently the history teacher, the head basketball coach, an assistant football coach, and the assistant baseball and an assistant track coach. But then bouncing back, people kind of just staring at a private school that costs $60,000 plus a year and just going, what? With M. Levis saying the tuition is 3 times what it costs for an entire college education every year. That's crazy. So there you had some pushing back saying it's more or less on par with Ivy League in terms of cost. With that, there was a fair share of back and forth regarding private and charter schools and the public school system out there. With Untied Shoes, for example, saying
the difference is
high demand for private schools.
Like you get this hands-on team-run staff with private schools that like worry about your kid hands-on and ask you what the problem is and give you hands-on care and make sure that the kid's getting what they need and all this, and this is something that we don't do in public schools. We don't have the facilities or the money, and so I believe in private schools. I came up in private schools, and I know the difference. I know the fucking difference. I did about 6 years of public and 6 years of private, and I know that, I know the fucking difference. I like having done about half of both. Halfway of both. I support private schools, even charging a lot of money, because the amount of care and the amount of assurance that you can feel that your kid isn't going to be a goddamn moron, that they're going to actually know how the world works, and they're going to know social studies and civics and, math and social studies and whatever the fuck else, English and writing and arts and music and all this stuff, right? And yeah, if you believe that investing in your kid is like the best use of your money, I can see private schools and how insane the tuitions get. I mean, my mother was a big believer in it. She dumped hundreds of thousands of dollars into my education. And look what I did with it. I pissed it away on drugs all of my life and tried to be a lead singer and a fucking WoW raider, and it didn't go anywhere. Look at what I look at how I thanked her. So I'm just trying to redeem some kind of success story out of my life before she passes, so I can show her that all those hundreds of thousands of dollars that she lovingly spent on my education was actually worth something, you know? When I went to public school, I had this problem. They could tell I was a nerd, but they knew that I wasn't inclined to be a geek loser, though. Because I come from this prestigious school. I was very aware that I had a better knowledge base most of the time than the kids in public school. And they'd be like, this is, you know, a reoccurring thing that happened a lot throughout my education is the other kids would be like, this is easy for you, isn't it? And I'm like, yeah, writing papers, reading, like, you know, English, writing. They're like, oh, I can't stand writing papers. And I'm like, writing papers is easy. It's more about, can you get behind the idea of doing the busy work was always my problem. But I wouldn't do homework if I could get away with it. I fucking constantly challenged them on it. I'd be like, look, I know the source material. Like, I'm gonna challenge you on this. I know what you're teaching me. So why are you making me do busy work? I've got a life and video games and I read and I just don't have time to fucking do your busy work. I used to say this right to their face, right to their face. By the age of they didn't like this kind of opposition authority. They never have. But yeah, at the age of like 13, I was straight look the teacher in the fucking face, like after school, after they're like lecturing me because I haven't turned in homework in 5 weeks or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care. I'll tell them right now. Tell them right to their fucking face. I'm not going to do your fucking busy work. I'm not going to. Like test me and I'll pass your test. I don't, you know, like I don't do fucking busy work. And they're like, it's not busy work. We can't make an exception for you just because you feel that you're special or whatever. And I was like, well, then we're just gonna have to agree to disagree. I'm not doing the fucking homework. I used to say that. I used to be like, I'm not doing this fucking busy work. I'm not doing it. I'd be like, I would tell him, I'd be like, you just had me sit here for an hour and fill out pages and pages of algebra. You know I know algebra. Why would I take algebra home with me? That's disgusting. Well, I mean, really, it's sort of dumb. Why would I take that home? I have my own personal interests to pursue, and it's not algebra. You know, I know algebra, but I mean, like, I saw no need for, you know, certain schools. If you got like an indigo child like me, like with opposition authority and all types of fucking problems like ADD, ADHD, opposition authority. Now I've got brain damage and retrograde amnesia, so I forget everything that people tell me. I forget everything that people tell me, and I just, you know, and it's weird because, like, you know, I was a special needs kid. I was like a basically a short bus kid. I mean, I never got that kind of acceptance back then. I had to run with the big dogs. I was always in Gen Pop, you know, whether it was private or public school. I was always in Gen Pop. They didn't make a special case for me until I was like 37 something. So I ran with the big dogs, and they knew I wasn't inclined to be a loser. I wasn't inclined to be a virgin. I wasn't inclined to be a fucking, you know, a fucking wallflower or look like a nerd. Like by the age of 11, I was wearing contacts because I was like, I can't stand fucking glasses. People treat me fucking completely differently. The girls treat me differently. Everybody treats me differently because I have glasses. It fucking drove me crazy. So I've been wearing contacts since I was like earlier. I think it was like 10 years old, something like that. I was like, I can't stand that people treat me like a Poindexter because I have glasses. Yes, I read like an avid nerd, but I'm also looking to be a lead singer. I'm looking to be like a crazy poet. You know, I want to be on stage doing something. You know, I'm a theater kid. And you know, and I knew certain things that they were forcing me to do just didn't add up to well. So this thing, I don't even know what these abilities are, and I don't care. Oh, good, I got a new Void Gauntlet thing though. So yeah, the Orb of Decay is on my mouse 4, so I can heal myself by doing this. Yeah, or no, that was Orbit Decay. Yeah, that's Orbit Decay, right? Oh, but I blew it up on myself. Ah, right. I gotta remember. It's like if I hammer it twice, it just explodes, and I gotta remember that. Gotta fucking remember. I don't remember that. You know, so.
is that public schools are broken to shambles in the city, and claiming especially as Mayor Adams funneled more money away from the school's already paltry budgets to cops that play Candy Crush on the subway platforms while they get that sweet overtime pay. For many families, the choice is either to put their kids in New York City charter and private schools or move outside the city, Long Island, Westchester, New Jersey, to public school districts that get better funding. And we saw some replies there like, oh yeah, I'm a school counselor in upstate New York and I talk to counselors from New York City and it's a really crappy situation with how the New York City system is run. Like they have the Department of Education in every school and parents get teachers they don't like arrested and there are like no protections for any staff and it's just a cesspool of nepotism and people wanting it to not be their problem. But that, my friends, is the end of your Wednesday evening, Thursday morning dive into the news. I am gonna go into a dark room and play Balatro on my phone for just an obscene number of hours, but I will see you right back here tomorrow because honestly,
Phil's addicted to
Balatro is the
Balatro.
only constant thing you can count on in the
I
world.
should buy
Death,
Balatro. I bet it's
taxes,
really
and the Philip
good.
DeFranco show.
Dead Taxes and the Philip DeFranco show, bitch. Yep. It's good. Yeah, you can count on it. Dead Taxes and the Philip DeFranco show. Asking Nikita questions from the community. Restify community sessions. Game live. Do not buy NZXT. Predatory evil rental computer scam. The Art of War, Rebellion, how rebellions succeed. Let's listen to War Fronts. That sounds
The
fun.
most important changes in life rarely come easy, and changes that come easy are rarely important. The world changes constantly. Movements rise, governments fall, nations spill blood, and peace often isn't so peaceful as one might have hoped. But all across history, there's no way to make change more decisively and at a higher cost than rebellion. From popular uprisings that bring the masses crashing down upon their leaders, to armed revolutions that can topple governments, to revolts that survive only long enough to be brutally put down, rebellion has both the power to start great wars and to end them. In this installment of our ongoing Art of War series, we're gonna make rebellion our focus of the day. We'll dive deep on the nature of rebellion itself, what causes the spark, why it's worth fighting for, and how it can take root in a way that will actually succeed. We'll draw on some of the most iconic acts of rebellion across history, and we'll look closely at worldwide cases where a deep rebel spirit is still alive today. When it has all gone wrong, sometimes the whole damn thing needs to go up in smoke. And today on Warfronts, we're going to learn all about it. Rebellion, revolution, insurrection, and revolt. Each means something a little bit different, with different intents or different outcomes. But the thing that runs through each of them is fundamentally the same: resistance against authority. We won't be discussing the coup d'etat in today's episode. We won't be discussing military mutinies. We won't be focusing on mere rioting, nor are we discussing peaceful civil disobedience or acts of expressly non-violent political upheaval. Instead, we're here to focus on rebellion as a mass act of popular resistance. No matter the reason, no matter the specific rationale, we're talking about a choice by the people to rise up against government together with the express intent of taking up arms and fighting back. The question at the heart of all of rebellion is why it happens at all. And to understand why, we've got to understand what it really means to rebel. Rebellions, they're not like most wars. Those start out between armed militaries that may or may not be looking for a fight, but they'd prefer the idea of a fight rather than surrender. Rebellion, by contrast, pits an ordinary person against something far larger than themselves. Sure, in a successful rebellion, there will have to be a lot of ordinary people banding together to fight for a common goal, but fundamentally, rebellion is an act that puts the small, solitary individual against the vast...
Oh, I need a new Voigon that I forgot.
It is an incredibly daunting undertaking by nature. It's one that inherently demands great sacrifices in order to have any chance of success, and it's an act that requires a person to willfully step into a scenario where they are at a profound disadvantage. But such a high-stakes decision isn't one that people make on a whim. Various thinkers across the last 2 centuries have suggested a range of factors that might cause a person to feel the need to join or start an armed rebellion. Some implicate the feeling of disenfranchisement at the hands of a more powerful ruling class that lives off the fruits of ordinary people's labour. Others suggest that rebellion is a matter of resistance to broad injustice, railing against a broken system or a repressive state. Still others suggest that the root cause on an individual level is personal, that, for example, a person doesn't rebel because they live under a ruling regime that tortures people, but because they live under a regime that would, or did, torture them. Some theorists believe that rebellion is an act rooted fundamentally in selfishness, that a person joins in an uprising because they believe they stand to gain personally from success. Some take the opposite approach, that rebellion and engagement in it must be rooted in aspirations far larger than oneself. Probably all of the above are true at times, depending on the rebel and depending on the movement. But no matter the motivation a person might bring to their cause, motivation's only half the battle. Discontent does not always evolve into rebellion. Even broad popular rage doesn't always cross the
Shimmer Miz.
For that to happen, there's got to be a spark, an alignment of conditions that make the risks and dangers of active rebellion more appealing than the alternative. If people are going to put their lives on the line in deeply unfavorable conditions, they've got to believe that their chances of success, however big or small, are better than the chances they've got if they just sit by and do nothing. If a rebellion has, say, a 20% chance of success, then a person won't rebel if they believe they and their loved ones will probably be just fine under an unjust but tolerable regime. If that same person believes they've got a 0% chance of surviving purges or persecution, then that 20% chance of success, in the case of rebellion...
I get to buy a leeching gem now. It's good. They're expensive.
But a high proportion will.
5,000 gold.
To rally support from more people and to do it faster. Pre-existing circles of intellectuals, pre-existing cultural or ethnic groups, and pre-existing groups of discontented people will already exist. It's easier to escape attention.
There's no leeching
carnalians after having caught the attention of the authorities, and it's easier to spread the word to more people, especially through mechanisms other than simple word of mouth. When it's time for action, the discontented masses of an entire city can create far more trouble than a handful of locals could do out in the countryside. In urban environments, there's a higher saturation of targets that represent the state that a resistance is working to fight against, and those targets are likely to be more valuable. And while a village or a town facing upheaval can call in reinforcements from elsewhere, it's tougher for a major population centre. That's where the reinforcements are supposed to be coming from. Homegrown, popular rebellion can follow unlimited pathways to expand and grow more powerful, but typically they'll work their way through a series of escalatory steps as their movement grows in strength. First, the core of the movement will recruit new members, start taking direct action against the system they oppose, and start arming themselves to the degree that such a thing is possible. If their movement can draw popular support, they may begin engaging in bigger shows of strength, fomenting a larger scale uprising in their immediate local environments, then inevitably start to draw more and more attention from a regime that will almost always hold advantages in armament, combat training, intelligence collection, and more. At that stage, one of two things will happen to a burgeoning rebel movement. It'll either answer the increased pressure with its own growth, numbers, or weaponry, or infiltration, or it'll be forced to react either by going underground or by vacating the area where pressure is strongest. Some rebellions evolve into full-fledged resistance movements operating in decentralized ways,
10 grand
and secrecy to cope with smaller numbers or lower combat potential, and expecting to win by playing the long game. In other cases, rebellion will evolve into full-on revolution, accelerating in size and force at a pace that a regime simply cannot keep up with. Of course, that's not to say that all rebellions succeed. Far from it, in fact, and across history, a majority tend to fail. But those that do stand the best chance of success are the ones that can be adaptive. Although a developing rebel movement does have the initiative in a local conflict, presenting conditions that a regime will need to respond to, they still are perpetually fighting from behind. Those that can modify their tactics and strategies,
so much money. God damn it.
As those deficiencies are exposed, are the ones that are more likely to succeed. A resistance movement that tries to take root in the cities but can't escape the regime's secret police will move to the countryside and adopt guerrilla warfare tactics. A resistance movement that has an easy time drawing support but a hard time finding any weapons will adjust its goals to foment large-scale acts of protests and incite public insurrection rather than trying to go toe-to-toe with the authorities. As for the potential outcomes for a rebel movement, there are 5 categories that we can draw on. Total victory, also known as regime change, peaceful settlement, stagnation, defeat, and reintegration, as well as total defeat, also known as annihilation. In the case of total victory, a rebellion eventually morphs into a successful revolution, overthrowing the ruling system that preceded it and gaining full control over the destiny of their nation. Often, this stage comes with its own pitfalls. Just check in with countless dictators around the world today who came to power at the helm of a popular revolution. In the peaceful settlement option, a rebel movement can force its host regime to the negotiating table, extracting a meaningful change in their situation and probably amnesty for their actions in exchange for the regime getting to retain their overall power. In the stagnation option, a resistance group might fight for years without ever gaining quite enough traction, eventually hiding away and becoming a decades-long guerrilla movement.
Oh, look, it's a weaponsmith shirt.
A quiet, whimpering demand.
I'm gonna sell that.
In the case of defeat,
yes,
the regime wins out, but establishes some sort of agreement with the rebel movement and the general public to let bygones be bygones and move forward as a cohesive society. In these cases, a regime may know
645. I thought it was more than that.
Alone,
no?
But that wiping the rebels out would martyr them and create an even greater problem. Finally, there's annihilation. Not only the complete defeat of a rebel movement, but a concerted effort by the regime after the fact to hunt down those who participated. The fates of those rebels may be anything from long-term incarceration to a future in a labor or concentration camp,
or a murder,
or just outright assassination. Popular rebellion has been a central part of history for as long as history has been written. We'll start our chronology, however, in the year 508 BCE, with a popular rebellion that would turn the ancient Greek city-state of Athens the birthplace of democracy itself. Now, at this time in Greek history, tyranny was on the rise as kings positioned themselves atop landholding aristocracies and exploited the work of their people. By 510 BCE, the city of Athens had been ruled by multiple generations of the same family of tyrant kings, and its current ruler, Hippias, had gained a reputation for cruelty and harsh taxation towards his people. After Hippias was ousted by a Spartan rival, an unpopular pro-Spartan aristocrat was installed as the city's leader, and he, Isagoras, quickly set to work barring Athenians from their homes and attempting to dissolve the city's Council of Nobles. Now, despite his wishes, the Council of Nobles resisted, and with them the people of Athens banded together in a revolt against the entirety of the Athenian oligarch class. After 3 days besieged in the Acropolis, the installed leader, Isagoras, escaped, but some 300 of his supporters would be executed by the rebels. The civil reforms that came afterward would build Athens into the bastion of participatory democracy that it's been remembered for across millennia. From Athens, let's fast forward some 1500 years to the Caliphate of Cordoba, an Arab Islamic state ruled by the Umayyad dynasty, but established on most of the land that is modern-day Spain and Portugal. The Caliphate of Cordoba was an organization unlike any other in its day, known for its booming trade, its peaceful integration of the Abrahamic religions, and the status of its capital city, Cordoba, as perhaps the greatest center of culture, society, and scholarship in the world at the time. But as the Caliphate entered its waning years, a military caste formed in society, running roughshod and demanding extortive sums from a low class of civilian taxpayer, while the Caliphate's high courts looked on with disinterest. In the year 1008, the Caliphate's then ruler died suddenly, and power passed to a successor who was leading raids into the Christian north of the Iberian Peninsula. Seeing their opportunity, the people of Cordoba rose up into a great popular revolt, taking over their city, asserting much power over the Caliphate's territory, and eventually killing their deposed former leader when he attempted to regain his throne. The following period of internecine warfare between warlords claiming to be the Caliph would ultimately be the Caliphate's undoing. Then, nearly 3 centuries later, the island of Sicily endured a rebellion that would claim a prominent place in Italian history, the Sicilian Vespers. When the rebellion took place, in early 1282, Sicily was more than a decade and a half into the rule of a Frenchman, King Charles I, and had spent about 2 decades in total under the deeply unpopular Angevin. Charles I had systematically disenfranchised Sicily's noble class, ostracizing them from the government that had formed on Sicily itself, and he had taxed the daylights out of the Sicilian public before diverting that money to wars abroad from which the people of Sicily would never benefit. But on Easter Monday 1282, an altercation between Sicilian revelers and a group of French soldiers went awry, and the decades-long tension on the island finally broke. First in the city of Palermo, and then across the entire island, riots very quickly turned into a full-scale revolt. Within 6 weeks of organised resistance, about 13,000 French men and women had been killed across Sicily. Charles I had been thoroughly driven out, his fleet had been set aflame, and the people of Sicily had set in motion a process that would result in the 20-year War of the Sicilian Vespers. Fast forward to the 1700s, and there are 2 grand rebellions.
Where did I get 286 silver ingots?
The French and American revolutions. The American Revolution was the one that came first, partially a reliance, ironically enough, on the French monarchy that was soon to be deposed itself. The American Revolution wasn't rooted in a single cause, but rather the systemic problems that Britain had foisted onto its 13 North American colonies. High taxation, a lack of real political control over their own affairs, land rights disputes, economic neglect, abuses of search and seizure powers, and
sounds fun.
more. In response, a simmering resistance movement in the colonies eventually grew into a full-fledged rebellion, particularly in and around northern cities like Boston, before picking up mass support from the colonial public and becoming a proper insurgency. Slowly but surely, with international assistance, the support of local militias, and confiscated British weaponry, the colony's Continental Army were able to overcome their early trials as a broadly untrained, under-equipped, and tactically indecisive military force. The fighting force eventually adapted into an asymmetric army, engaging in attritional warfare at large scale, sapping British forces and supply lines, and leveraging spy networks and misinformation to create the conditions for American victories in the few all-out battles that ultimately took place. After many years of guerrilla-style warfare, the American colonies finally won out, and the following decades would witness the rise of the United States. Some 8 decades later, the United States would weather another grand rebellion, today known as the 4-year-long American Civil War. But whereas the American Revolution started as a popular revolt in well-settled areas before evolving to a predominantly countryside insurgency, the French Revolution was primarily a political and urban upheaval, punctuated by battles across the nation. The rebellion's root causes ran the gamut from a failing state apparatus to crumbling living standards and poor harvests for ordinary people to economic and financial crisis that reigning King Louis XVI proved unwilling to address directly. Inspired by Enlightenment-era principles and drawing from the example of the American Revolution, popular uprisings first pushed Louis XVI to cave in and announce limited reforms, and then evolved into a cascade that history buffs know rather well. The storming of the Bastille, the March on Versailles, years of attempts to build a functioning republic, and eventually the fall of the French monarchy. The revolution would quickly descend into 2 French revolutionary wars, each of them fought between the new French Republic and a collection of European powers that attempted invasion. In both cases, despite their immense power and the fragility of the French movement, the French Republic was able to triumph while expanding its lands significantly across Europe. Before long, the situation would devolve into a new set of conflicts, the Napoleonic Wars. Now let's turn the clock ahead to the 1850s. Let's travel to China, where the Taiping Rebellion left an indelible mark on Chinese history. At the time that the rebellion began, China was ruled by the Qing dynasty, a regime that had taken a beating from famines, economic crisis, and defeats at the hands of foreigners for a generation. Ravaged by the First Opium War and unable to stem the tide of banditry and
good old Opium Wars
in the Chinese countryside, the Qing dynasty was deeply ineffectual, but also actively to blame for what came next. Chafing under extreme taxation on farmers and exorbitant rents, a booming population of Chinese peasants had been forced to migrate en masse to areas where they stood a chance at survival. And when a new religious movement came along, the state of affairs in China was perfect for such a thing to take hold. A failed aspiring civil servant named Hong Huaxiu, later Hong Xiquang, led a movement in which he claimed to be the brother of Jesus Christ, and after he and his followers proved to have early success in squashing
the brother of
pirate
Jesus
groups in southern
Christ.
China, their movement evolved into something far greater. Seizing on popular discontent, Hong's movement would evolve into the so-called Heavenly Kingdom, controlling massive stretches of territory and engaging the Qing dynasty in over a decade of war. Not only would the Taiping Rebellion go down in history after its failure as the most deadly civil war of all time, estimated death toll 20 to 30 million, but it would be remembered for its incredible brutality and genocidal conduct by the Taiping. During the 20th century, no single rebellion would have as profound an impact on the course of history as the October Revolution in Russia in 1917. Led by one Vladimir Lenin and his Bolshevik party, the October Revolution came as Russia was embroiled in a prior ongoing phase of nationwide revolution that had forced the abdication of Tsar Nicholas II. But it was the first revolution that created the circumstances for the second, with the first revolution's ruling provisional government proving so unpopular that it led urban workers to organize into Bolshevik-led councils, better known as Soviets. Amidst mass popular discontent, the Bolshevik movement grew in power and transformed what had initially been the fanciful ideal of social revolution into a real prospect. Seeing the weakness of the provisional government, the Bolsheviks, led in their cause by Leon Trotsky, began clamoring for armed revolution, and when the provisional government attempted crackdowns, the Bolsheviks responded with full-scale rebellion. Joined by tens of thousands of Russian soldiers, the October Revolution would spiral into the Russian Civil War, eventually resolving in 1922 with a total Bolshevik victory and the declaration of the Soviet Union. And finally, we turn to arguably the other and most pivotal rebellion of the 20th century, the Iranian Revolution of 1979. Before the revolution, Iran had been ruled by the Pahlavi dynasty, a royal family that had held power since 1925. But despite its strong Cold War relationships with the Western Bloc, and particularly the United States, the imperial state of Iran was deeply unpopular at home. For over a decade, Pahlavi attempts to implement social change were met with deep and bitter resistance from the country's intelligentsia, its urban working population, and its religious fundamentalists. As the imperial government's corruption alienated more and more people, those people came to ally themselves with Iran's cleric class, particularly one Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, who had been exiled from the country for his statements against the Shah. As Iran's Islamic hardliners began to unify an anti-colonial, anti-capitalist, and pro-martyrdom sentiment, the role of Iran's Islamic jurists grew and grew, even as secular opposition movements grew stronger alongside them. The spark that lit the flame was the mysterious death of the Ayatollah's eldest son, allegedly at the hands of the Shah's secret police, and the protests after his death quickly grew into deadly rioting. The unpreparedness and indecisiveness of the Shah and the rapid growth of the resistance movement culminated when over 400 people burned to death in an arson attack on a theatre. The Ayatollah immediately blamed the Shah and his secret police. The public agreed, and after 5 more months of boiling rage, the Shah was forced to flee the country. The monarchy would collapse a month later. The military was forced to stand aside, and the Ayatollah took control of the new Islamic Republic of Iran. All right, when we turn to the list of modern rebellions, the clear place to start in the post-Cold War era is in Chechnya, where the First Chechen War rocked the newly born Russian Federation. Fought from late 1994 to the summer of 1996, the First Chechen War was a direct response to the breakup of the Soviet Union, when Chechnya and one other Russian semi-autonomous republic refused to sign a treaty that would have unified them with the new Russian nation. While that other republic, Tatarstan, eventually came around, Chechnya did not, instead hoping to establish sovereignty like the former Soviet socialist republics at places like Ukraine or Kazakhstan or Armenia. When Russia responded to Chechnya's independence claim with violence rather than acceptance, a fierce Chechen rebel movement launched a harassment campaign against non-Chechen residents and fought numerous internal battles over the future of their republic. When Russia's attempts to covertly meddle in Chechen affairs failed, they came in guns blazing to find a Chechen insurgency that was more than prepared for their arrival. Although the Chechen independence movement would ultimately fail, it featured a very successful military campaign from the Chechen side, bleeding the Russians dry for as long as they possibly could before capitulating. About a decade and a half after the First Chechen War's conclusion, a far larger wave of rebellion rocked the entire Middle East, and that wave of rebellion is better known as the Arab Spring. Uniquely, the unrest of the Arab Spring wasn't localized to a single nation, but it took place across nations that each had a few factors in common: repressing ruling governments, endemic corruption, and economic stagnation or decline. While the Middle East was already a bit of a powder keg by late 2010, the incident that's almost always cited as the catalyst for the Arab Spring was the self-immolation of a Tunisian man, Mohamed Bouazizi, who set himself aflame in protest of the harassment and humiliation of a local official. His death in early January kicked off a mass movement inside Tunisia that unified all manner of social groups who were discontented with the Tunisian regime, and together, that mass uprising quickly evolved into the Tunisian Revolution. That revolution would oust the country's dictator within 10 days of Bouazizi's death, and seeing Tunisia's success, the vast majority of the Arab world were inspired to take to the streets. In Egypt, as well as Tunisia, revolutions were able to overthrow their ruling regimes and reinstall replacements via fair and free elections. Actually, in Egypt, that process would happen twice. Some would weather major protests that brought about meaningful social change, like in Algeria, Iraq, and Bahrain. In other nations like Morocco, Oman, and Jordan, ruling regimes managed to ride the wave but still granted major concessions to their people. Finally, in Libya, Yemen, and most famously Syria, the revolutions devolved into long and brutal civil wars, with 2 of those 3 wars still ongoing today. A so-called Second Arab Spring, started in late 2018, led to the overthrow of Sudan's president in a military coup, the resignation of Algeria's president, and several mass uprisings elsewhere, with varying levels of success. But the Arab Spring also cleared the way for the rise of 2 other waves of mass rebellion: the advent of the Islamic State movement and the rapid growth of Iran's axis of resistance. Now, when it comes to the Islamic State, we're not just talking about the organization that spread across Iraq and Syria during the Syrian civil war, better referred to as ISIS. Instead, we're talking about the global Islamic State movement, an organization that today boasts cells all across North and Sub-Saharan Africa, Central Southeast Asia, and more. In most places, the Islamic State has maintained only low-grade insurgencies, but they've done far worse in certain places, including the Philippines, Somalia, and much of the African Sahel. Wherever they go, the Islamic State draws its recruits primarily from people disillusioned with their governments and with secular or otherwise non-fundamentalist rule. But they're typically motivated additionally by factors like social ostracism, poverty, local repression, and in the case of Western recruits, rudderlessness and a hunger for a higher purpose. Meanwhile, and typically on the other side of the Sunni-Shia divide within the Muslim world, the nation of Iran has taken a leading role in fomenting and supporting rebel movements in several places. In Gaza and the West Bank, Iran has long supported Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and other organizations that bear some loyalty to their foreign backer, but draw their recruits fundamentally from the shared desire to resist and destroy the nation of Israel. Iran has played a similar game in Lebanon, supporting the Hezbollah organization and growing it into the world's most militarily powerful non-state actor, while propping up long-running rebel militias in Iraq and Syria. They've also built up and directly supported the Houthi rebel organization, a movement that's been fighting Yemen's government since 2004, but only began capturing large portions of the country after starting to receive weapons from Iran in 2013 or 2014. And speaking of long-running insurgencies that have recently had major success, no discussion of modern-day rebellions is complete without discussing Myanmar. Located in Southeast Asia, this is a country that's never really been at peace since its independence in the late 1940s, with dozens of ethnic insurgencies popping up, fizzling out, or enduring in a low-grade conflict ever since. But after a coup in 2021 installed the country's powerful but corrupt and often openly repressive military, the Tatmadaw, at the head of the nation, a large popular uprising began in cities and towns that had formerly been far from the militias in the countryside. After a protest movement in the cities grew deadly and failed to gain parity with the Tatmadaw, thousands of predominantly young people fled into the countryside, in some cases to join the militias, but usually to informally partner with them and learn from them while developing their own armed wing of a rising resistance movement. Over the last year, the ethnic militias and the armed national resistance have showed the staggering results that can come when they join forces, and they've now pushed the Tatmadaw back to a few key cities and bases, running them out of most of Myanmar and isolating the few holdouts that remain. And finally, let's touch on the ongoing war in Ukraine. Not to claim that either Ukraine or Russia is facing any widespread homegrown revolts, at least not at the time of writing, but to discuss the contingency plans that the United States and NATO were working on with Ukraine before Russia's full-scale invasion began, and in its first few days. Wind the clock back to 2022, and it was all but unthinkable that Ukraine could put up the 2.5-year defense that they've been able to. Instead, according to Ukrainian, American, and other global sources, the plan was for Ukraine to shift into a long-term insurgency, potentially leveraging material support sent by NATO nations. In the case of a complete territorial takeover, the goal for Ukraine would have been to transition into an irregular movement, drawing on popular fury at the conquest of their country by an over-aggressive neighbor, and potentially benefiting from public outrage if Russia attempted the sorts of counter-insurgency efforts that had been used in Chechnya or Syria. Luckily for Ukraine, that scenario never came to pass, but it was quite clearly on the table in the months preceding, or what was an entirely foreseeable conflict by the time it began. We said it before, and we'll say it again. Rebellion has been a part of human history for as long as humans have recorded their history. Across time, the enemy, the mechanics of resistance, and the pathway to success have all changed, but the fundamentals of rebellion haven't changed any more than the fundamental roundness of the wheel. As time goes on, rebellion may be harder to foment, harder to stimulate, and harder to get away with, as advanced but easily surveilled digital technologies make their way deeper and deeper into our lives. But the spark, the movement, and the prospect of revolution will always remain the same, and rebellion will remain inseparable from the art of war. Thank you for watching.
4 VNIs. I mean, I could just sell these all flat and take the money, but I don't know. I think I'd probably rather just bet on my own bets and see if I can't take them.
Syria, 2024. It's a bombed-out husk of a nation that once was a burial ground for everything from democratic revolution to a once-strong autocracy to the ambitions and potential of the Syrian nation itself. The Syrian civil war has been a ruinous affair, with well over 500,000 people, hundreds of towns and cities, and even a once stable international order all lying fallen in its wake. It's been one of the defining conflicts of the 21st century, matched only by America's war on terror, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the seething Cold War between Israel, Iran, and all the many proxies in the middle. Yet, even compared to all of the rest, Syria does stand out for its multidimensional chaos, its role as a stomping ground for major powers across the world, and the sheer, unforgiving brutality delivered upon the people who are caught in the middle. But for the last 3 or 4 years, the Syrian civil war has settled into an uncomfortable stalemate. Until now, that is. Because violence is back on the rise across Syria this year, ticking past the year-over-year numbers since the stalemate began. More violent than 2023, more violent than 2022, more violent than 2021, more violent than 2020. Now, with old resistances getting back into the fight, new groups emerging to stake their claim, and the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria looking
500 doubloons
than it has in many years.
500
Syria
schmeckles.
is just coming apart at the seams. And worst of all, nobody seems to be watching. And with war raging in Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, Myanmar, and more, there's a real risk that the first the world hears of this new phase in the Syrian civil war will be when it's already spiraled out of control. So on today's special episode of Warographics, we don't intend to remain in the dark about what's happening across Syria, but to learn more, we're going to have to look into the darkness and examine how one of the worst conflicts of our time still has the potential to get oh so much worse. The Syrian civil war has raged for well upward of a decade now, and for much of that time the situation has been nothing short of apocalyptic. In its early years, a pro-democracy movement inspired by the wider Arab Spring was quickly subjected to brutal crackdowns by Syria's ruling Assad regime, and when the movement took up arms, it quickly morphed from a popular revolt to an attempt at revolution. In the following months, and the following years, the revolution would fracture into a million pieces. But the regime, too, would be sucked into a war that quickly became unwinnable. The Syrian civil war saw the descent of foreign powers onto a vulnerable nation, propping up a range of factions to deliver incredible violence on one another. It saw the rise of a jihadist insurgency more frightening and more powerful than any other, and the establishment of a short-lived caliphate out in the Syrian wastelands. And eventually, the conflict saw a slow, marching offensive by the Syrian regime. That offensive would fail catastrophically in unifying the nation, but it would establish a bitter stalemate that we must understand in a broad sense if we're going to understand what is happening now. Today, a majority of Syrian sovereign territory is under direct control of the Assad regime. That includes the capital city of Damascus in the south, along with the city Daraa, internationally hailed as the birthplace of the country's 2011 revolution, along the southern border with Jordan. The regime also controls the critical northern cities of Homs, Hama, and Aleppo, along with the ancient city of Palmyra in the eastern district, a critical stronghold in a part of the country that is otherwise low in population and has the potential to be lawless. The ruler of the country today is the same as it was when the Syrian civil war was at its peak, Bashar al-Assad, currently age 58. The Assad regime is backed up by the nations of Russia and Iran, both of which grant it substantial military and political aid, and it's part of Iran's broader network of allied actors across the Middle East, along with the Hezbollah organization in Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, and others. In the northeast, large portions of Syria are under the control of the Autonomous Administration of North and East Syria, alternately known as Rojava. Rojava is a Kurdish-administered area, although it's technically and quite proudly secular. It's functionally autonomous, a place where the Assad regime asserts next to no control, and it's a place that attempts to gain international support as a less authoritarian, more democratic alternative government for Syria's future. Although the Rojava administration has been accused of harboring its own authoritarian tendencies, censoring the media, and maintaining a somewhat collaborative relationship with the Assad regime, it's nonetheless drawn acclaim from the Western world for its push toward direct democracy, gender equality, religious and cultural pluralism, and a lot more. Across the country, it's the Syrian Democratic Forces of this northeastern region that are the most potent military threat to the Assad government, although skirmishes now break out only rarely, and those are usually constrained to fighting between Kurdish forces and more pro-Assad militias. In the northwest, control is shared predominantly between three groups. The Syrian Salvation Government is an alternative government that represents Syria's opposition, but while it's previously been seen as a unifying government that was intending to bring together a disparate Syrian resistance, it's come increasingly under the direct sway of the rebel coalition that bounded it, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS. A Sunni Islamist organization, HTS is regarded as a terror organization in many countries, and it's the successor organization to the jihadist force, the Al-Nusra Front, which was internationally recognized as Al-Qaeda's Syrian branch in 2012. Today's HTS has rebranded somewhat under messages of pluralism and tolerance, and to the organization's credit, it's been more successful in withstanding regime conquest than most former members of the Syrian resistance. Even still, HTS and its Syrian Salvation Government are holed up in and around the city of Idlib and are widely understood to have little or no potential to pull off the sort of breakthrough that would reverse its fortunes. Also in the northwest is another organization claiming to represent the Syrian opposition, the Syrian Interim Government, or SIG. The SIG controls limited amounts of territory across Syria's northern border, and it also draws support from the third force at work in that area, Syria's northern neighbor nation of Turkey. The SIG works through a number of affiliated militias, basically claiming to lead Syria in exile, while Turkey occupies about 8,800 square kilometers of land and uses the SIC to jointly administer that territory. The Turkish occupation is present largely to counterbalance Kurdish forces to their west and has attacked the SDF in the past, with rumors rising in 2022 that a subsequent offensive might be coming, although that assault ultimately never materialized. The Turkish occupation has been accused of ethnic cleansing to clear much of northern Syria of its Kurdish residents, while the SIG's primary military force, the Syrian National Army, has carried out attacks against both the Kurdish SDF force and the government in Idlib. In the country's southeast, the Syrian Free Army, also known as the Revolutionary Commando Army, controls a territorial radius mostly consisting of empty desert. The Syrian Free Army boasts only a few hundred fighters, and they're unlikely to ever rise to the level where they could pose a threat to the regime. But that's not their purpose. Instead, the Syrian Free Army works alongside American forces who maintain a secure radius around the Al-Tanf military base, 15 miles west of a critical border crossing with Iraq. That base, and a handful of nearby military outposts, host the combined forces of the Syrian Free Army and a few hundred American soldiers, although the Americans' numbers are hard to establish precisely at any given time. There, the US and the Free Syrian Army exist as a counterweight to a number of different insurgencies, but one most of all, the Islamic State. Although it's been pushed out of its major strongholds, the Islamic State still remains as the final entity in Syria that maintains a consistent territorial base. By and large, they live out in the open desert, where they can establish small camps, move within patches of safe territory, and exert control over the occasional villages and hamlets that they roll into.
It's been years since they controlled any level of territory that they could claim as a caliphate, but they've proven to be highly competent insurgents, while anti-ISIS campaigns by the US-led military presence in the east, the Kurdish forces to the north, and the Assad regime to the west have all struggled to make real headway in eliminating them. Today, the Islamic State has built resilient networks of power all across Syria's wastelands, and they've been making ready for war, whilst the rest of Syria has moved increasingly toward a tenuous peace and the beginnings of reconstruction. For the past few years, Syria has not seen the sorts of major battles or nationwide carnage that defined the worst period of its civil war, but nor has the Syrian civil war ever been declared complete or even gotten substantively close. The Kurdish-controlled regions of the northeast, the Turkish-controlled opposition government in the northwest, the US-backed counterinsurgency in the southeast, the Islamist-led opposition government in Idlib province, and the Islamic State in the Badlands all do not wish to swear loyalty to the Assad regime any more than they wanted to during the worst of the violence. And for the Assad regime to attempt to take any of that territory by force would lead to a new round of major hostilities. While few of the opposition groups have the means to go toe-to-toe with the Assad regime in open battle, and those that do don't have the desire to do so, they're all either entrenched in defensive positions that the regime can't overcome, or in the case of the Islamic State, they're optimized for asymmetric warfare that puts them 10 steps ahead of the regime. So rather than move even an inch toward an actual peace, Syria has spent years caught in a stalemate, with each of its many territorial governments exercising authority in the areas they
I forgot. I've got to go
slowly to accumulate the military
log on my other accounts.
That capital would either force the Assad regime to grant them an impossibly favourable peace accord, or, when violence inevitably cascades again, it'll give each side their best possible chance at surviving. This fragile status quo inside Syria has started showing fissures again, cracks in the surface that suggest not only a restless stalemate, but the beginnings of a round of violence that could grow far larger than what any of Syria's many sides are prepared for. To illustrate just what sorts of issues are starting to crop up in today's Syria, we'll quote Syria and counterterrorism expert Charles Lister, writing for Foreign Policy and on Substack. Lister's work, by the way, has proved invaluable in writing today's episode, so a big thank you to him for providing detailed...
Yeah, it was really good.
...that we'll draw upon today. Quoting Lister here, there are clear and sustained signs of an Islamic State recovery. A multi-billion-dollar regime-linked international drugs trade and ongoing geopolitical hostilities involving Israel, Iran, Turkey, Russia, and the United States. The quote ends. And on a more basic level, across parts of Syria, resistance has again started to take hold. We'll travel to the southern province of Daraa, the cradle of the 2011 revolution, as we mentioned before. Daraa was originally intended by the Assad regime to be cleansed during the conflict and made into a model province for the peace, stability, and endurance of the Syrian regime in the war's aftermath. But it's been restless ever since the violence really died down in 2018, never really returning to the peaceful state the Assad regime had envisioned, but never really picking up in violence. That is until now. Over the last few months, Daraa and the neighbouring province of Suwaida have become a hot zone for insurgent activity, criminal violence, and everything in between, not just because of any single instigating group, but because of a range of factions operating simultaneously and sometimes at cross purposes. Many of the organisations currently at work in Daraa are so-called reconciled combatants, groups that used to be directly at odds with the Assad government, agreed to a peace, but have now begun launching attacks again. Led by, or made up largely of former opposition members, these groups have swelled to include members who might not have been of fighting age 6 or 7 years ago, and people who might have sat on the sidelines or been displaced back then, but who now fight for the security and peace of their neighbourhoods. Because of how heavily they draw on former opposition fighters, these groups have substantial combat experience at their disposal and pose a real threat to the local police and military, who are supposed to keep them in check. Perhaps the most effective method these groups have employed so far is kidnapping.
Oh wait, no, I went in the wrong account.
The kidnapping of military officers. Arbitrary detention of ordinary civilians is commonplace in areas of Syria under government control, especially in areas that have had trouble with continued violence in recent years. But since June, dozens of Syrian military officers have been captured and held hostage in order to provide a counterweight against these detentions and to negotiate the release of people who've been wrongly detained. Although the tactic certainly isn't foolproof, it's worked
very well for the resistance, who found that the Syrian government is unwilling to allow harm to its officers unless it truly cannot be avoided. Quoting Charles Lister again, "Never before has the regime been so consistently challenged and forced to submit. In one instance, back in June, a prominent anti-regime cleric of the Druze faith was kidnapped from his car after weathering a sustained grappling campaign. But Druze gunmen acted quickly, taking 4 Syrian army officers hostage in return and successfully organizing a prisoner swap in which all 5 hostages were released. On July the 10th, another Druze man was detained by Syrian intelligence, and the following day, Druze fighters would take some 5 more regime personnel hostage in return. They would ultimately demand the return of 3 Druze men, not just the most recent to have been taken. When those 5 regime officers would mysteriously escape, the Druze faction would simply capture 3 more. In a more recent case, armed factions are, at the time of writing,
78 mining lasers
to
for some
capture
reason.
in order to exchange for a mother, 2 children, and another relative taken captive several weeks ago by a regime-allied militia. Graphic video of the torture of those hostages has been sent to their family members in Daraa, prompting a unified effort to get them back by any means necessary. As of now, groups believed to be associated with the rescue effort have launched numerous attacks against regime checkpoints and set up highway roadblocks. And while the counter-regime acts of the resistance are wider ranging than just kidnappings, they're broadly carried out under the same approach, retaliating directly against the acts of the regime rather than launching a truly unpredictable guerrilla movement. Armed groups have launched multiple attacks on military checkpoints, government buildings, and other targets, but as a direct and quite thorough response to abuses by the military. In one spotlighted incident, a Syrian woman from Daraa province was detained while trying to renew her passport, prompting coordinated attacks by local opposition fighters against no fewer than 4 targets. Those included a local intelligence headquarters as well as 3 checkpoints. When reinforcements arrived to stop the violence, the resistance destroyed an armoured personnel carrier. And, yet again, the regime capitulated. The woman who had been detained was let go before the day was out. When, a couple of weeks prior to that, the regime in neighbouring Soweto set up a checkpoint in and out of its capital city of the same name, several armed groups banded together for 2 days fighting against regime targets across the city. The regime would send reinforcements from the Syrian capital city of Damascus, but it ultimately wouldn't matter. Within 2 days, their fortified checkpoint would be abandoned by the military, essentially becoming just another empty guard post. At the same time, targeted assassinations and abductions have become a mainstay on all sides of this conflict. For example, a prominent commander was killed by a hitman in his home on July the 17th after leading several of the most significant attacks against the regime in recent weeks. On the same day, 2 men believed to be assassins for the regime's provincial intelligence were shot dead too. Just prior to that, though, the deputy intelligence chief of Daraa province was killed too after reportedly having spent the last decade orchestrating the torture of inmates at Daraa's largest detention center. 2 more apparent intelligence officials would be assassinated on July the 29th and another on the 30th. Meanwhile, 4 intelligence operatives who were accused of participating in torture and murder were kidnapped, tortured themselves until they issued a forced confession, and then executed. Back in June, a 2-day span in Daraa saw at least 6 regime personnel and 4 drug smugglers killed in separate assassinations. 10 more would be kidnapped, executed, or sometimes both, around the end of June or the start of July. And resistance interference in regime affairs goes a good bit further than that. Well, when Syria's parliamentary elections went down on July the 15th, the elections fell under attack from the local resistance in Daraa and Soweto alike. Protesters raided voting stations and spoiled ballots and ballot boxes, also working to disrupt voter access to the polls. Those same elections have been widely denounced as a sham. On July the 24th, a resistance group exposed what it alleged was a plot to create major fighting in Soweto province and prompt a government intervention after they captured an alleged intelligence officer who was supposedly involved. All the while, these same resistance groups work to keep their neighborhoods safe from other threats. For example, on July the 7th, the militia in Soweto province killed several members of a criminal gang, including its leader, after a car theft proved to be the last straw in their local rivalry. In late July, a Hezbollah-allied militia was forced to disband in Daraa after local leaders mobilized forces and ran them out of the village of Ib. And across 2 provinces, local militias and armed groups are increasingly seen not just as a source of neighborhood stability, but as a force that's really capable of going toe-to-toe with the regime. But the rising resistance in Daraa and Soweto isn't the extent of the chaos rising in Syria. In fact, it's only just the beginning. Chaos has taken hold in and around Damascus, the city of Aleppo, in the rebel-held northern province of Idlib, and on the border between Syria's regime-controlled territory and the Kurds to the north. But no group is quite so able to spread pandemonium as the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, better known as ISIS. The United States' Central Command described the problem best in a brief released on July the 16th, indicating that in 2024, ISIS was set to more than double the number of attacks its followers perpetrated in Iraq and Syria compared to 2023. The numbers alone are striking. ISIS has claimed 153 attacks across Iraq and Syria from January to June of this year, already surpassing the group's total for all of 2023. And per close observers of the Syrian conflict, that number is a drastic undercount. The aforementioned expert Charles Lister puts the true number of ISIS attacks in that same stretch of time at 551 at a bare minimum in Syria alone. Within the country, ISIS attacks occur everywhere, both in and around the group's territorial strongholds, in the empty desert, and in settled areas, and even cities. After splintering in the late 2010s, ISIS has spread and established countless cells across Syria, and their targets are as unpredictable as they are unlucky. ISIS attacks the regime, it attacks local militias, it attacks the various opposition governments, it attacks criminal organizations, and it attacks ordinary people who have little, if anything, to do with any of the factions involved. Against civilians, the group's attacks have been especially horrific, often aimed at people that ISIS followers believe have violated the terror group's religious ideals in some way. In two attacks in Daraa province on July the 12th and the 15th respectively, 2 women were killed after being accused of...
Oh yeah! Made it out with the loot!
Dead by an unknown gunman. The other was hanged in front of her husband in their home. A week prior, no fewer than 9 men had been killed by ISIS in the province of Raqqa, 2 Bedouin herders, while the other 7 were militiamen attempting to fight ISIS off. Meanwhile, the group has kept up ambush and raiding attacks on any armed faction it can reach. In just the month of July, ISIS has engaged in dozens of ambush attacks and killings against Syrian regime targets, Kurdish forces in the north, pro- and anti-government militias, and more. In one particularly notable attack, ISIS was able to take no fewer than 8 Syrian soldiers hostage after attacking a checkpoint on motorbikes and pickup trucks. Often, the group targets oil tankers driving across open desert roads, and they're believed to have destroyed dozens of them since early June. In particular, ISIS tends to attack tankers associated with Kurdish forces, but regime tankers aren't likely to be targeted either. All in all, the current ISIS surge is its biggest and best sustained wave of attacks since all the way back in 2017. Various anti-ISIS forces have had some success, including a raid by Syrian intelligence at the end of June that captured an alleged ISIS commander who had run the group's assassination campaign in Daraa, and earlier that month, the US military killed a senior ISIS facilitator in a drone strike. But nonetheless, the group's success with its attacks thus far would indicate that they're only growing in strength and confidence as time goes on. And then there's the question of Syria's booming drug smuggling market. Now, to get a feel for just how serious Syria's drug problem has become, we'll zero in on a raid that took place in the Saudi Arabian port city of Jeddah on July the 1st. There, in the city considered to be the gateway to Mecca, less than 2 weeks after the conclusion of the Hajj pilgrimage this year, Saudi Arabia found over 3.6 million Syrian-made pills in a single stash. Their street value is thought to be $55 million US. The pills were Captagon, a stimulant referred to as the poor man's cocaine or the drug of jihad, depending on the setting. It's a stimulant, party drug, producing euphoric intensity in users that allows them to stay awake, calm, and focused for a very long time while staving off hunger.
Nice.
Syria has been implicated for years in a level of Captagon production that led British outlet The Guardian in 2021 to call Syria a narco state. Every once in a while, a stash of pills will turn up, and when they do, they often contain pills numbering in the...
That guy's got more eye level
As
than
local
me. It's
militias
fucking
have been
annoying.
increasingly emboldened to act in this newest wave of violence. They've had the collateral effect of kicking the hornet's nest when it comes to Syria's drug producers. Captagon is consumed in Syria, but mostly Syria is a factory to produce the stuff and send it elsewhere, bringing money pouring in to the benefit of local gangs and other groups that control supply. Those same groups have been a target of animosity from local communities for years, but now those communities have the means to answer back. On June the 18th and 19th, several civilians were caught in the crossfire amidst a fight between local gunmen and a militia working for a drug kingpin outside of Damascus. In early July, video circulated of an alleged drug smuggler being captured, eaten, and executed by unknown gunmen, forced to make a video confession of his crimes. So too have the regime continued to make their own arrests against the drug producers and smugglers. But The regime is widely understood to run its own side of the Captagon industry, marketing largely to the Syrian poor and maintaining several suspected industrial-scale production facilities. That includes several in the eastern Ghouta region, believed to produce a combined 20 million Captagon pills each month. And elsewhere in Syria, a strange death of a regime official has raised eyebrows in the rest of the world, even as it appeared to be covered up. On July the 2nd, Bashar al-Assad's senior personal advisor, a woman named Luna al-Shibli, was involved in a suspicious car accident on the highway outside of Damascus. She would be diagnosed with severe cerebral hemorrhage, fall into a coma, and die 3 days later. Rather than be honored by the regime, her situation was placed under a strange veil of secrecy. The hospital in Damascus, where she was treated, was taken over by regime intelligence, and the CCTV street cameras facing the hospital from the nearby streets were all shut off. Not a single regime official was present at her funeral. Her casket was not honored with the draping of a Syrian flag, and Syrian news and state television didn't even mention it. Images taken of al-Shibil's vehicle indicated that it was not hit in a way that should cause a fatality, while unnamed sources in Syria claimed to have witnessed the car being struck by an armored vehicle. Al-Shibil's family have apparently fallen under suspicion of espionage, with her brother, a brigadier general, arrested on charges, and her husband's business assets.
He just has better gear. It's annoying. I can't seem to do enough damage to actually kill him.
Doesn't do full justice to the situation in Syria. The country is racked by assassinations, ambushes, and kidnappings each and every day at a pace and scale it hasn't had to endure in many years. On the whole, the country's people and their local defensive militias have nowhere to turn in order to abate the violence. Every side in Syria, it seems, is taking up arms, and not in a way that suggests a brief bloodletting followed by a return to normalcy. The country's many warring factions are establishing positions, working to gain dominance in cities and communities, and targeting each other's leadership in a way that, in aggregate, seems to suggest that each faction understands that something bigger is coming. That something could be a return to all-out war, it could be anarchy, or it could be something else entirely. But the actions of all sides appear to indicate agreements that Syria's current situation will get worse before it gets better. So, with Syria looking more and more as if it's back into a death spiral, that begs one critical question. Is anybody going to step in? Now, on that front, there's good news and there's bad news. The good news, if you can sort of squint and look at it from the right angle, is that although Syria hasn't been part of global headlines in quite a while, it is part of the world in which several major and regional powers are still actively engaged. The bad news is that each of them are operating at cross purposes with someone else, and those that are the most heavily involved are either in support of the Assad regime or simply looking to exploit the conflict for their own gains. Now, we'll start off with the little bald man out of Moscow. Vladimir Putin's Russia never really stopped supporting the Syrian regime militarily, and its forces in the country have taken an active role in the last year. Per a UN-backed report from the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Syria, Russia has participated in bombardments that have hit, quote, well-known and visible hospitals, schools, markets, and camps for internally displaced persons. Russian forces continue to carry out bombing runs from the air against a range of targets, generally including anybody that the Syrian government would like to oppose. In one wave of airstrikes on July the 10th, Russia allegedly targeted a school, a swimming pool, a camp for displaced people, and more. Russians have also come under direct attack in the country. For example, on July the 11th, IED attacks injured several Russians in 2 locations. The day following, a Russian soldier driving into a Syrian village was taken hostage by local gunmen, although he was eventually released. For Russia, Syria has also turned into a place to exercise a bit of brinksmanship. Late in July, the US accused Russian fighter jets of firing flares at numerous MQ-9 Reaper drones and buzzing a crewed surveillance aircraft. The country has also been a recruiting ground, with many Syrian combat veterans sent willingly to Ukraine to assist Russian forces, and others duped into traveling there and enlisting on false pretenses. Russia appears to consider Syria as vital a strategic vassal as it's ever been, and clearly intends to retain its strong influence there, even if it means dedicating more military power despite its struggles in Ukraine. In one particular show of solidarity, Russia is believed to have set up no fewer than 10 observation points in the borderlands near the Israeli-controlled Golan Heights, quietly making an implicit threat to Israel by putting Russian troops in the line of fire in the event that Israeli hostilities with Syria would ever break out. Turkey has been equally active in the conflict, as its president leads a people who've become
going to ECR
Syrian refugees over the last few years. Not only that, but Turkey sees a major threat from the autonomous Kurdish SDF forces in the region and from the prospect of a functionally sovereign Kurdish area on its border. The SDF is a US-backed entity widely recognized around the world as a critical stabilizing force in Syria despite its problems, but to Turkey, it's little more than an extension of the Kurdish militias it spent decades at war with. In addition to its troop occupation in the north, Turkey has kept itself engaged in active hostilities against the Kurds in Syria. For example, a drone strike on May the 31st of this year killed 4 SDF fighters and wounded 11 civilians. In early July, 4 more people were killed by Turkish forces after they engaged in armed protests, and another 20 were wounded. Turkey's involvement in Syria won't be finished for a very long time, but it does appear that Ankara is looking to scale back its role there in the coming years. Not only has Turkey vowed to repatriate 1 million Syrians back to Syria, but it's apparently also considering normalizing relations with the Assad regime. Turkey, a NATO member, has outwardly gone along with the rest of the alliance in its stark opposition to Syria, although in practice the countries have a more complex relationship. Turkey still stations large numbers of troops in northern Syria, something that the Assad regime has less than subtly hinted that they'd like to come to an end, but a troop withdrawal does appear to be on the table, at least of late June. With Moscow as an arbiter, Ankara stands a chance of reconciliation with Damascus, and as Syrian demonstrators have taken care to express, that's a problem for everybody else who has to live in Assad-splintered nation. In the north, protesters have increasingly expressed their rage at the Turkey-backed Syrian interim government, derided as a racist state and threat to the Syrian revolution. Most of all, they've called out the organization's failure to stand in the way of the Turkey-Assad normalization, or even worse, its complicity. Such a move by the Syrian interim government would open a long-time resistant stronghold to direct regime intervention, backing it up against a wall, Turkey, that would now be an ally to Syria in the purges and reprisals that would almost certainly follow. On July the 3rd, the leader of the Kurdish SDF called for Syrians being oppressed in Turkey to come to the Kurdish-controlled Syrian northeast. But that's harder than it sounds. It's unclear whether Syrians in Turkey would be able to safely make that journey, or whether that offer might extend to the people living under the Turkish-backed Syrian interim government if Ankara decides to sell them out. Israel too has been active in Syria for purposes that do relate to a certain extent to its ongoing operations against the Lebanese militant organization Hezbollah. The organization is active in Syria and has been targeted by Israeli forces repeatedly, including the June 29th strike on a Hezbollah front company that receives money from Iran, and in a strike on July the 8th when an Israeli missile hit a shipment of purportedly Iranian weapons headed Hezbollah's way. In a particularly notable strike...
What was that? Why was I the only one out of the 50 people that died? Why me? What did I do? I'm in heavy plate armor. Why did I die?
Syria and Iraq. But Israel has attacked Syrian regime targets too. Arguably the most important of these was a man named Mohammed Barak Taji, who was killed in an airstrike while driving on the highway from Damascus to the Lebanese capital of Beirut. Kataji and his 2 brothers were considered one of, if not the most important financier behind the Syrian regime's war machine, trading in oil, gas, agriculture, technology, tourism, and a whole lot more. He'd been long suspected of cooperating with Hezbollah and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, but he was still a very, very important figure to the Assad family and the Syrian government. In another air raid on June the 19th, Israel conducted multiple airstrikes against Syrian military positions, killing at least 1 Syrian officer and dropping leaflets that implied the Syrian army was cooperating with Hezbollah. The leaflets also showed drone photographs of Syrian soldiers operating near the Israeli-controlled Golan Heights. On July the 10th, Israel used tanks and heavy artillery to attack the Syrian army on the fringes of the Golan Heights, acknowledging the strike. And in other cases, Israel has struck within Damascus and even close to the presidential palace, Bashar al-Assad's personal home base. Broadly speaking, Israeli warplanes have little to fear by flying into Syrian airspace, bombing and blowing up what they please, and trusting that the Assad regime either won't scramble jets to intercept them or doesn't have the means to do so.
Adam,
that being said, Syria will almost certainly gain greater importance to Israel in the event of an Israel-Hezbollah war, something that at the time of writing appears to be rather imminently on the horizon. The Assad regime draws support from Iran. It hosts large numbers of Hezbollah fighters on its soil, and is also host to a range of other militias that ally with Iran and Hezbollah to Israel's detriment. Hezbollah works inside Syrian army bases across the nation. It uses Syria as a critical supply route for weapons and other foreign fighters that would almost certainly arrive to support Hezbollah in an all-out war or would travel through Syria too. Israel's involvement there may be relatively limited for now, but in the event of war along the Israel-Lebanon border, Syria should expect to be in Israel's crosshairs too. Speaking of Iran's role in Syria, the ties between Ayatollah Khamenei and Bashar al-Assad go a whole lot deeper than simple arms smuggling. It's true that Iran sees Syria as a convenient and relatively lawless place for it to transit weapons and supplies to its proxy forces as it sees fit, using decently sized forces of proxy militiamen who, when they roll into an area, are often the largest military force present there. But Iran also wants to embed its political and strategic influence deeply in Syria, making Assad's regime something of a tool for Iran's broader geopolitical goals. Syria isn't just a forward operating base for Iran's proxies, it's a sovereign government that, if placed into Iran's pocket, can guarantee both a defensive bulwark against Israel in the event of a war and a place where Iran's allies can live freely while building their military strength. Iran is highly politically influential in today's Assad regime, and while Assad has remained the only member of Iran's spiderweb of influence to not come out in full support of Hamas, that's not likely to be a facet of any actual resistance to Iran's aims. Iran doesn't exert as intense a grip on Syria as it does on, say, Lebanon, but politically, ideologically, and both the local and the federal level, Iran exercises a great deal of influence and controls a whole lot of very well-armed, very dangerous individuals. And in the event that that war was to break out between Israel and its range of Iran-backed adversaries, yet another party in Syria would find itself in danger. The United States. The US, again, operates primarily out of air bases in eastern Syria, leveraging a few hundred troops and a similar number of Syrian allied fighters. While those troops are predominantly engaged in anti-ISIS operations, they've been sitting ducks for Iran-backed militias in Syria and nearby Iran. One such attack came on January the 28th of this year on an auxiliary outpost called Tower 22, just barely over the Jordanian border from Syria. That attack killed 3 US soldiers and would almost certainly be repeated again and again and again if Israel were to go to war with several hundred of its closest ally soldiers caught exposed in the desert. The US has tried hard to remain disengaged from the rest of Syria's internal strife, but whether the US would step up its involvement in the event of a repeat attack against its own troops remains to be seen. And unfortunately, affairs on the Israel-Lebanon border increasingly indicate that we will have to see sooner or later. Alright, let's zoom out for a moment and take Syria as a whole as it exists now, summer of 2024. Some things haven't changed from prior to the country is still a tangled mess of foreign influence. It's still splintered between a number of influential and militarily powerful groups, and it's still a very dangerous place for ordinary people to live. But all the things that have changed are for the worse, and they stack on top of each other, one after the next. Syria is increasingly more volatile, with skirmishes and low-grade conflicts between more parties with more competing interests in more places than the country has seen in years. It's under increasing pressure from Iran and its many proxy forces. It's under increasing pressure from the asymmetric forces of ISIS. It's under increasing pressure from local militias that are pushing back against its control. And Israel and Hezbollah could have a war spilling onto its territory in a matter of weeks. It's not so simple as to say that bad things are happening in Syria. Too many bad things are happening all at once. They're all getting worse, and they'd all require different and sometimes conflicting steps to solve. Few of those solutions can be achieved in the country's current state. So it's time to ask the only question left, and the only question that matters. In the 13th year of the Syrian civil war, is a new round of all-out war about to begin? Now, on the one hand, the conditions on the ground in Syria don't suggest the war would break out across the entire country as it did in the early 2010s. Unlike then, Syria's territory is now clearly divided into its various holdings, and most of the groups that do control territory don't yet have the means to make war in the sense that we're talking about. The northern province of Idlib is still able to hold its perimeter, but it's unlikely that it would strike outward with any level of success, and Syria has had years for the message of Idlib's Islamist leaders to catch on, but it hasn't. Turkey's northern holdings are turning against their backer, and the US-backed militias in the southeast are too small and too reliant on their foreign partner to have any real effect in large-scale hostilities. The local factions in Darab and Suwaida lack unity, or a cohesive vision that goes beyond establishing their own provincial security. The Islamic State has the numbers and the reach to sow chaos as insurgents, but not to fight a war. The Kurds in the northeast preside over a largely stable system, one that's worked out a fragile but somewhat reliable understanding with the Assad regime over its own autonomy. And the Assad regime
for its part, is dealing with too much in too many places to devote the resources it would take to stand up to the unrest in the southern provinces or the Islamists in Idlib, let alone any of the groups that boast a foreign backer. To put it simply, as long as Idlib stands under the umbrella of its own autonomy, the regime won't be posing a threat to any other faction at scale. But on the other hand, there's a whole lot of room for things to get worse than they currently are, and still stop short of a return to the worst phases of the Syrian civil war. The southern provinces in particular appear to be raising the ire of the Assad regime, a regime that's now confronted with yet another threat to its hold on the country and has too much to lose by failing to oppose that threat while they still can. In the north, Turkish and Turkey-backed military factions would likely be eager to engage in greater hostilities with the Kurds, and while ISIS isn't about to establish a caliphate anytime soon, it appears to be returning to the size that, say, all-out assaults on villages and larger towns might be back on the table in short order. An ISIS insurgency running in packs across the country would be massively destabilizing and would likely demand either an enlargement of the US-led coalition there or a major response from some other group. And if Israel and Hezbollah or even Israel and Iran decide to make war in the coming months, there's very little Syria will be able to do in order to avoid being caught in the middle. The Iraq and Suwaida provinces appear to be the most imminent threat to the region. The armed factions there, like every other entity across Syria, have learned extensive lessons from the war that's taken place up to this point.
I want those wings that she has. I didn't know about those.
Against the regime, while their part doesn't. They're well aware that the regime can't contain them, the resources currently dedicated to the area, and that their campaign of assassinations, skirmishes, hostage-taking and more has been successful thus far. But too much success, and the Assad regime will need to devote more soldiers, more tanks, more intelligence agents, and more strategic leadership to bringing them down. That's a fight that the locals of Daraa and Suwaida might not want, but it also might be a fight that seems worth their while. After all, the Kurds, the Islamists, the pro-Turkey faction and more have all been able to carve off bits of their own land, and after a painful but survivable firefight, they've gained a high degree of local autonomy and the grudging tolerance of the Assad regime. As we speak, these local militias are carving embedded regime intelligence assets and crime syndicates out of their territory and rallying local support, often in a way that they're able to collaborate with each other to achieve tactical objectives. Keep that up for a bit longer, and when the Syrian regime eventually attempts to respond, they may find a more difficult enemy than they bargained for. And across the country, the Islamic State's surge in power could have a wide range of knock-on effects, and it could get a whole lot worse very quickly. Over 10,000 ISIS members are currently imprisoned in detention centers across Syria, widely understood to be a hive for recruitment and further radicalization. The Syrian justice system, if it can even be called that, is a very, very, very scary place, and it's not likely that many of those ISIS fighters will be released on the regime's watch anytime soon. But that's not their only way out. As their allies in the countryside gain strength, prison breaks become easier to plan and execute, and as they become easier, they become more likely. Swell the ranks of ISIS with hundreds of released prisoners, arm them well, and they can turn around and liberate thousands more. ISIS is already part of the way towards its reconsolidation, and that number of fighters set loose back into the country would give the group all the power it needs to graduate past sleeper cells and begin running a large-scale insurgency again. In 2022, one such prison break did happen, with dozens of ISIS sleeper cells converging on a prison in Kurdish territory and freeing over 1,000 prisoners. In the process, over 100 SDF military officers and civilians died, and over 100 freed prisoners were never recaptured. ISIS, too, has learned a whole lot about the tactics that do and don't work in Syria, from its first time building and then losing the caliphate. And while ISIS absolutely must be understood as a grave threat to the people of Syria, it must also be understood as something else, something clinical and detached from its ideology. ISIS, in a practical sense, is a chaos factor in Syria, and a factor that creates and spreads chaos is a threat no matter what reasons it may cite to justify its actions. It's not the only one either. Iran is certainly a chaos factor in Syria, not just with its own personnel, but via Hezbollah and the range of other militias that owe it their loyalty. Local uprisings in other areas, justified as they may be, add chaos to the mix too, and while a region or two or three might look at the success of the Daraa and Suwaida resistance and be inspired to act, their actions add greater volatility to a volatile space. Turkey Israel and Russia all bring their own potential for major disruption, while the United States, or at least the people of the US home front, would quite like to see their troops out of the Middle East, and their departure would be yet another chaos factor, no matter how well it's received back in America. Even the Assad regime itself presents potential chaos factors, from changes in its military tactics and strategy in different parts of the country to palace intrigue in Damascus that can have major ripple effects elsewhere. It's these chaos factors, more than anything else, that are piling up across Syria, and it's these chaos factors taken together that may yet lead Syria back into the worst of its war. Every group across Syria, no matter its allegiance or ideology, will make what it considers to be rational decisions based on the information and the situations it's forced to confront. To each of these groups, chaos translates into threats, and threats that are perceived to be violent in their intent will be greeted with violence in return. A local militia standing up for itself in Daraa leads to retaliation from the local drug manufacturers. That instability creates a hole for the local ISIS sleeper cell to launch an attack, and when the Syrian regime attempts to gain control over the situation, the local militias respond. But perhaps they ask for support from a militia.
There we go. God damn it. God, I love this song, actually. I'm gonna be able to do this full ECR because Bagon's late tonight. He has a D&D game, so. Gonna be able to do this full ECR, which is awesome. a gauntlet point. Ada. Ooh, another flame core. I think those sell pretty well too. Oops. The bold. Oh, I missed the chest. Oops. Forgot that creek water is 58 to 65 now. I couldn't move! You wedged me! Constantly! You're so annoying. Come on, piece of shit. You wedged me! Why? Your wedging is fucking so bad. You wedge me all the time and get me killed for no reason. Better butter those walls, you idiot fucking PSOD. POSD. Fuck. I don't know. Hot dog bag lady is such a funny fucking name. Sideshow Rob. Oh my god. Fancy shell. That's good. Got a lot of good loot tonight. I love ECR, I gotta say. It's so mindless, but it pays off so quick, so clean. I love this place, it's so cool. Puro. That's a cool image, the wolf with the red cape. N64 Diddy Kong. Oh my god. Damn it. My Bennett Foddy Darth Vader like chess piece is funny. I'm kind of getting tired of it, but it is good. I love the black cape so much. It's so much better than most of the other get outs. It's sweet. The cape looks so cool. This is hands down the best cape I've ever had. It like definitely is cool. Like for an MMO. Is it Merc now? God damn it, mute this fucking player. Where is this raid now? Are they doing, Shadow Mountain? Oh no, I see him. They're doing Beast? Okay, they're doing Beast, huh? I don't know, I can't really open those chests. But I don't care, I don't mind doing the run, it is fun. This is sort of an odd order. But I mean, yeah, Merc's up next, I think, after this. And... I'm not going to be able to loot any of this. I'm going to leave. It sucks. Jesus Christ, look at all that stuff. Oh my god. Oh, that combat trophy, I can use that. I'll go put it in Neverfall. Yeah, fast travel, yeah. Or no, I want to travel to the house. Yeah, I want to just recall the house, yeah. Okay, these things I posted, I need to bet on them. I have a buzzard and a carries to do as well. If any of this sells, I've got like 3 billion posted on the fucking Hypernet right now. Not all of it'll sell, of course, but like, you know, I fucking hope it does. I fucking hope it does. It's like 3 billion worth of stuff and I just posted, and we're gonna bet on our own stuff just to, you know, to hedge my bets, and hopefully we pull, you know. Maybe I pulled the purifier, we'll see. Oh, I did! I pulled the purifier. Yay! Yeah, there's, you know, how much was that? That was 8 mil, and yeah, I'm gonna post this for like 36 or something like that. It's so cheap. Yeah, nice. There's the purifier. I'm gonna put that up for that. Yeah, oh, great. I like the music in the house. It's good. God damn it. Okay, let's bet on all these until I'm broke. I'm like broke right now, but that's okay. In the next 2 days, my money will just jump up by at least like $1 billion or something. 6 million, huh? I'll take a swing on Ephemeria, yeah. It's not a bad bet, actually. Okay, let's bet on our own stuff. I do like that the house feels like it's in Everfall. It's fucking sweet. I wish I had taken a house on the corner so I could watch the people from my house. I think that's actually so cool. Nope. I sold this lantern for 1.5 instantly. I just slapped the price on it. sorry. So... $1,500 like that. I'm not broke anymore. Yay. All these fucking blues. That's BOP. I mean, yeah, if it's up this high. Oh, look, that one's even an upgrade. Well, at least they're BOE. They'll actually sell. Nice. Look, all these reeds at 9 cents. I wanna sell them at a gold. I wanna make 4,000 gold off them, and I'll wait. I'll wait 2 weeks. I don't care. Look at that. That's like 1,000 gold in an obsidian flux. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should cycle before. Well, I don't know. I don't care to cycle, frankly. I don't care to craft in this game. I really don't. It's got a great crafting system, but I don't enjoy the crafting in this game for some reason. I like the farming. Don't like the crafting. It's not that fun. You don't really need to do it, so I've really struggled to want to do it. You don't need to do it. Yeah. There's other games that I enjoy the crafting more, like Final Fantasy 11. I don't know. You know, I need fire crystals is what I'm here for. Yeah, fire crystals. I can't see the fucking crystals. Damn search. Hurry up, you. This guy's like burning antique and pauldrons. Look at that. That seems so expensive. Oh, you can't see it, but yeah. This guy's burning antique and pauldrons, and that's just not cheap. And, you know, that's not a cheap prospect. Oh, yeah, so I gotta bet on all my gambles, like, now. I need to bet on these gambles now before I forget. No, go back. I have a robust HyperNet career now, and I'm very happy with it, honestly. I'm a really robust HyperNet dude. I've got like 5,000 fucking raffles ran or entered or whatever. I'm like a robust HyperNet dude now. I would say I'm at the top of the scene on some of the games, not all of them, but some of the games I'm at the top of the scene. I don't even do robust ships. I could go higher ships, I suppose, but I think these are the ships that actually sell down at this level. This Manticore is gonna sell. Nice. Wire weave. I realize that I'm not in a rush anymore, and I should just take as much money as I can fucking get, you know? Yeah, shit. I mean, like, some of this is worth so much. 283 for obsidian sandpaper. Damn, 2 cents for fucking pure solvent. Doesn't seem right. I want to put this at 5 cents and just wait for 2 weeks and just see if I ever sell it. Lock this stuff up and I'll come back like later. Check on it, but I mean, I want that to sell, just not at that price. 20 cents for these. These have gone up. Nice. I mean, I need a stack, but, you know, Or, well, maybe I should just keep these because I use them. Maybe I better just keep them, huh? Because I use them. Silk thread, 20 cents. Not bad. I'll sell at that price, yeah. Green wood for a cent is such a fucking steal. That is such a steal. Honestly, I want to place a buy order for green wood and just see what I can do here. Yeah, like at that price, I can just fucking cycle it. Maybe I better take the sandpaper off the market, actually. I don't think I'm going to sell that. It's like the only thing that I actually use. And I think I want to place a buy order for green wood. Yeah, because like this is a volatile market, and a lot of people sell wood and they sell it at a loss, basically, and I'm seeing this. And so I want to place a buy order, and I want to pay more than what anybody else is paying, which is 2 cents. I'm going to pay 2 cents, and I'm going to get it too. I'm going to get the full 10,000 or whatever. Let's see how much this is. It's cheaper to buy it, basically. Look at this. I'm going to buy it 10,000 green wood for 200 gold. That's so fucking cheap, right? And I'll process all of it. I'll process all of it here into planks, and I'll sell the planks. Right? I think plank, isn't that what that's called? Planks, yeah. Is that right now? Yeah, like weird wood planks and stuff. It's not planks, it's lumber, or what? I think you turn it into lumber or whatever. Yeah, like lumber. Yeah, or no, maybe that's tier 1. I forget what you do with it, but so I like chopping trees, and I like doing I like doing the loom, and I like doing the I shouldn't sell the wire fiber, I guess, because I could use it, I suppose. Oh my god, look at all this. $15,000, man. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, timber. So I can make timber for free. Timber sells. I have 20 apprentice logging research. I made a lot of timber. Wait, how much timber did I just make? Well-polished low bookcase. Nice. I should sell them. So now I have some lumber, right? Yeah, timber. I have timber. Timber goes for 7 cents. So you can see that I could fill that order, or I could just sell the timber directly. I could fill this order, cause, like, you know, yeah. Greenwood, quantity 10,000. I've already bought 2,000. Yeah, and I'll just place timber. I mean, honestly, the fast money is to fill that buy order. I want to take it. $30 gold. Of what did I spend? Like 200 or something like that? Yeah, look, more of it's coming in. Why 2 increments of 1,003? Yeah. So, go process wood, I guess. I love this game. I think this is a really good game. timber. I could do lumber because of aged wood. Yeah, I'll make the lumber that I can make. I can go chop aged wood to mix with timber and make really good money selling lumber, I think. Lumber sells. And I remember a good spot for aged wood. I wonder if there's a newer New World video about aged wood. If there's like a better spot, the community thinks that there's a better spot, maybe.
What's up, everybody?
Thank you, Gamers Heroes. I'd like to
so
sub
at
your
one point or
channel.
another, you will get a quest on the quest board, and you'll be told to get some aged wood. Experienced MMO players will clearly put one and one together here, and you will figure out that it's the next up from the basic wood. But because you get the quest so early, I did see a lot of people in chat that were stunned on how to get it, because you do get it very, very quickly after joining the town, but you're not able to get it immediately. So what you have to do is you need to build up your wood cutting up to level 50. This is just cutting wood, cutting wood, cutting wood. The best spots I've found are sort of near lakes and rivers where you get small clarities throughout everything. So at one point or another, you will get a quest on a quest board, and you'll be told to get some aged wood. Experienced MMO players will clearly put one and one together here, and you will figure out that it's the next up from the basic wood. But because you get the quest so early, I did see a lot of people in chat that were stunned on how to get it, because you do get it very, very quickly after joining the town, but you're not able to get it immediately. So
This guy's an idiot.
Hello and welcome back. The potions and stuff like that. Rawhide now. Okay, so that ruined Fort Ramos and stuff like that. There might be a way around that. I'm going to be making a video on that as well. Oh, scary rabbit. I'm curious to see how much we get. I've done this a few times out here, and I think it was really good, so we'll find out.
Yeah, but it would be better if I could just get, well, let's see what lumber's at right now. Lumber, right? Lumber's at right now 5 gold, 40. And I could, you see it's a robust market. I could really do pretty well there if I had aged wood. Let's see what aged wood is. I want to place a buy order for aged wood. Add 26 cents. I could buy 7,000 worth and it would be all my money, so I'll buy 2,000. That'll be 500 gold. Yeah, I'll put up a buy order for aged wood, and I'll process the lumber and I'll sell on the market for cheaper than they're selling it for, like 4 gold or something like that. And I'll get a passive income coming in. I'll just keep flipping wood. Okay, I bet on all my stuff. I broke myself down to 100 million, but I mean, like, I have a lot on the Hypernet. I've got 61 active, and they're all at least, like, 15 million or something like that. They're all at least 15, if not 100 mil. Like, 16 of them are 100 mil. So, like, yeah, like, you know, I'm doing pretty fucking well here. Yeah, a bunch of these always expire, which is annoying, but that's okay. It's, you know, it's a good market to be in. Okay, I did all my HyperNet stuff in Jita. I'm gonna go back out to Poshfon home. I'm going home to Poshfon now. Ensure Platinum, ensure. Go Blood Raider Industrial, or no, I'll go Load Strike. Yeah, I love Load Strike. Yeah, Load Strike. I like Load Strike. It looks so cool. Okay, go out. I have to form a fleet with myself.
Warp drive active.
Oh, I have jumps. Damn it. Alright.
Warp drive active.
Is that EVE Online making that noise? Yeah, it is. So it does take timber, so we do timber first. And then lumber. Nice. And if I, yeah, like 5 gold a pop, that's 100 gold. I don't like that sound, so I'm going to duck up. And I'm just going to log real quick.
Drive active.
Ugh.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I did this wrong.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.